And good evening, good evening. We are back live here in the world of Gran Turismo for the first time in quite a few weeks. We've been doing these offline, but now we are back playing it live here on the interwebs. It's Friday the 13th, and I'm going to be going for random prize cars. This could get interesting. So tonight what we're going to do is going to do a variety of missions, and the first one we're going to do is the DTM episodes of the race in the European League. We're going to do in the legendary German touring cars event. So I'm going to quickly change the oil in this Audi. Check out this funky music. And we're going to do some slight upgrades to the car. And then hopefully we will go and have some fun in the good old touring car event. I love the fact that it's covered in PlayStation 2. You've got on the side of the car, on the back, you've got the spoiler. I love the fact that Audi, in their version of this like DTM car, and we have the Red Bull livery. They were not this year's Constructors' Champions in Formula 1. That was McLaren. Massive respect to Zach Brown and Lando Norris and Andrea Stella and Oscar Piastri and everyone at Woking for bringing that tournament trophy back to the UK. And of course, Mad Max was still the World Drivers' Champion. So we have a split championship for the first time in quite a while. Since 2021, actually. So, yes, Deutsche Touring Car Meisterschaft, DTM. Now, before we do that, I've just realised I've not upgraded the car. So, let's quickly go to Germany, Audi, and then we want to add some tuning here. So, we can turbocharge it, I think. Yes, we can. We can either put a stage 3 to go up to 644 horsepower, or a stage 4 to 809. I think that's going to be overkill. So I'm going to go with the 644. I reckon it'll be overkill if we do that. I'm going to buy some hard tyres, but I'm not going to equip them right away, because I'm going to see if what the grip's like. So I'm going to qualify, and if the grip holds up, we will then be able to carry on with the medium tyres. If not, I might have to switch to the hards. So let's try that again. Yep. It's a tournament. We're going to be going live. And we start with, I think it's Opera Paris. Ugh. Not a good start, people. Right, so let's qualify, because this particular track is not the easiest to overtake on. Oh, what a beautiful sound. And that turbo is kicking in big time. Oh, that is beautiful to drive. That has so much smooth control. Yeah, hitting the inside wall is not the wisest thing to do, but never mind. So we head on, and we're already up to 130, 140. We are fast. Yeah, I'm going to have to brake there. The tyres just aren't warm enough. You need very warm tyres if you're going to go through there flat. However, the car is gripping beautifully. It has high acceleration, high torque, but it is a bit understeery, actually, surprisingly. For a front-rear drive car, it doesn't quite have the poise of turn in that I'd like. But that's okay. We can live with it. Yeah, a bit understeery through there. And then oversteer it there. So we're getting the worst of both worlds with this. I think this new turbo power give it a real kick. Getting the power down is somewhat more challenging. So this is our qualifying lap. This circuit has a rolling start. There's the FIA headquarters. And we want to be at the front of the chain if we can be. But it feels very fast, this car. Really quick. Yep. Very smooth through that. Again, very understeery. It's really struggling to get the power down. But that's a 1:18.3, and it looks like that might be good enough for pole position. So we're at the start of the snake. A 4-point A-spec race, so it's still not quite enough. And we've got the Mercedes CLK touring car right behind us. That was the weapon of choice, I believe, according to the guides at this time. People said make sure you're using the Mercedes CLK touring car. And it's a good car, don't get me wrong, but the Audis do a beautiful job. I say Audis because the ABT TT car is really good as well. There's the TTR, I think it's called. I turned in too early, then caught the inside wall. I did a long stroll. So this is back when DTM was proper DTM, rather than the kind of like faux GT3 that they have these days. So we are first race round here in Opera Paris, and we are in first place. All is looking good thus far. Breaking a straight line, yeah. And this car is doing the impossible. It's making this track enjoyable. I normally hate this circuit, but I can actually get around the corners quite well in it. Getting a lot of wash in the tyres there, which is annoying. Yep, all looking good so far. Oh, that was wide. Not the ideal line there, must be said. But the sheer traction and the sheer power is allowing me to really catch this up. Meanwhile, good evening, Avian. Just seeing you jump in the chat there saying you made it. Well, congratulations. Welcome to the stream. It's the weekend for me. How are you going on? Are you doing all right? Oh, it's been the week. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's been a hell of a week, hasn't it? My week's been pretty buggered. It's been non-stop. It's been really hardcore. So I'm going to enjoy my weekend off and do it all again from Monday. Yeah, it's been brutal. Well, hopefully it can relax for you in a few hours' time. You can put your feet up for the rest of the weekend then. Take it nice and easy. Well, this car is beautiful to drive. It is so nice. And I'm absolutely romping away at the front at the moment. You can hear the revs on the engine where it's not quite planting the power though, which is kind of annoying. Other than that though, it's good. We are deep in the racing. Yes, we are. These the 2D spectators to the right there enjoying things. We're on lap 4 and I've no idea how far ahead I am at the moment. We're nearly 30 seconds to the good at the moment, so we are very fast. Just keeping an eye on the old video footage on the other screen, just to make sure everything's coming through okay. We don't want lag tonight. So I am actually going to be back on Sunday night. Whereas tomorrow, my friend Chris is actually going to do the live stream on his channel. He's going to be streaming this year's Game Awards Game of the Year. He'll be doing the game Astrobot. So that's going to be on tomorrow night, I believe from 8 o'clock. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe that's the time he's going to be live. And I'm going to be back on Monday evening, 8 PM GMT, when I pick up Metaphor Fantasio. Also, good evening, Arista Jack. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are in the Deutsche Touring Meisterschaft, known as DCM, and I've just experienced a bit of a lag spike there on my end. I think the game was struggling to run some of the graphics. I don't know why. Yeah, indeed, tomorrow night. That'll be on the. Say, check out his channel on my subscriptions list, Avian. They'll say it's going to be interesting. See, we both played the original Astrobot to death when it first came out on the PS5. I haven't actually played the full game, and to my understanding, I don't think he has either. I think he's literally played up to the title screen, and that's all we know about the game. And yes, surviving the Friday the 13th, and you're still surviving the Whamageddon challenge, are you, Arista Jack? I've managed to not get out in that game, even though I don't actually play it, 4 years in a row. I never seem to hear the song. Although I must admit, last year there was a DJ at a football match who was a man after my own heart, who played that song at half-time during a football match and eliminated 7,000 players at once. The chaos in me was smiling when I heard that. I was laughing my head off. He got nuclear heat for it. Well, if you really want to have a challenge, try playing that game and avoiding Mariah Carey. Good luck. Good luck with that. So I'm not sure, Arista Jack. So from what I've seen of the game, I'm not sure the value is going to be there for it. So I get the feeling it might be a bit expensive for the length of the game. But I'll have to see. I'll find out when I see Chris's stream tomorrow. It might incentivize me to play it. Well, that wasn't a bad start. We've won the first race. The first race of the championship. Yep, that's our car. The Red Bull liveried Audi A4. That's the car we're driving. It's the DTM car. By this point, Arista Jack, I wouldn't be surprised if even Mariah Carey hates that song. I don't know a single person... Ooh, midfield raceway! Right, we're not going to qualify for this because it'll be a grid start. Oh, it's a lightning start! 613 horses rampaging into the lead at the first corner. So the journey from GT Randomiser, Arista Jack, has been, would you like a Honda or a Nissan with that? Yes, because that's what's been happening for the last few videos. I've been getting endless Hondas and Nissans, and I love my JDM cars, but I'm getting somewhat oversaturated with them. So I'm hoping tonight we have something different. But I know this game, it's Friday the 13th. So either I'll get a load more Nissans and Hondas, or I'll get the joke cars like the 1886 cars I can't use anywhere. So this is a nice circuit, this midfield raceway. It's a figure of 8 configuration where you go both over and under the track. It's got some nice long sweepers. Overall, a very good circuit. Two rocks clash together, this circuit. Oh, do you mean the actual map? I think it's like it's trying to be like Suzuka, but it's not quite as flowing. It's also not as long. If anything, it looks like a whale with an outboard motor attached to the back of it. That's what I see. I see a great blue whale with an outboard motor on the back. My mind works in very strange ways, people. My mind is weird. Also, I love the grazing animals up on the hill there. Ah, I'm not alone. Someone else sees Moby Dick in the chat. That's amazing. Damn thee, thou cursed whale! From the depths of hell I stab at thee! Climb on, you idiot. Oh, it's you. And if you recognise that movie quote, you are officially cool, by the way. If you recognise what I've just quoted then. So the sound of those spooling turbos makes the car sound like a jet engine. Sadly, it's not got vertical takeoff. And that was very, very wide. That slowed me right up. But keep an eye out for the animals on the top left. We're going to go past them now. Lap 4 almost complete. 2 more laps to go. How have I been live already for nearly 20 minutes? This is insane. best lap. Awesome. So we're into the final few corners, and then we can move on to the next circuit. Whoa, that was got a bit greedy on the inside apex then. I got a bit too greedy. This is our victory lap, people. We are cruising to the flag. We are far faster than anybody else. Tyres have held up perfectly fine, and that is... oh, a new fastest lap to finish as well. That was excellent. What's next? Well, first of all, let's get some money in the bank. 15,000 credits for that race. Quite happy with that. That's not a bad earner at all. Onward and upward. Here we go. Ooh, high-speed ring. Yes! And it's another lightning start. Thank you for the tow. There's another Red Bull liveried Audi, but it's not as fast as mine. Yes, and this track reminds me very much of the L-Car race from Mass Effect. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go check out Queen 3210's Let's Play on her channel. She played all 3 games. The moment you see the L-Car, you'll be like, yeah, I can see the high-speed ring in that. Yeah, we're going very fast indeed here. I do actually love this circuit. It's a very nice circuit to drive. It might be seen as a bit too easy by most people's standards, but it's just like a very flowing, very fast, very enjoyable circuit. Really lets you test the car's like strength out. Almost any car can go quick around here. Even the really low horsepower Mazda Miatas. So at this point, we're just letting the engine stroke itself out. Miles in front. And we are making a lot of smoke and a lot of speed. So, while I settle down for the Mandoro run here, what's everyone's plans for the weekend? Anyone got anything in particular they're up to? Or is there going to be a nice put up the feet after a hard working week? you need a beer. Oh, wow. Is it one of those weeks? It's not getting any easier, is it, Avian? I think the problem is, though, in our world, because the week after next is the Christmas week, everyone wants to shovel everything through the pipeline now. I'm expecting next week where I am to be massively, massively spiking so that they can all swanny off for 2 weeks over Christmas and leave us drowning for a week. Because I'm already prepared for it. It's why I never use the Q word. Never. Final lap of this race and we can go on to the next one. Can't believe how drivable this car is. It's absolutely amazing. It is just gripping. It's not stopping. And there we go, another lap down. Oh, we are way in front now. We are way in front in this championship. So onwards we go to race number 4. And we're racing at... Oh, well, it had to happen. We're in Germany. We had to go to the Nordschleife. Here we go. It's the Nürburgring. We're not qualifying because it would mean we'd be tripling the length of this race. So I'm going to do all my talking on the track. We're starting at the back and we're going for it. We've done 41 miles so far, according to the speedometer. As a mix of touring cars from all different eras come to face each face-off, and here we go. This will be a real dogfight, this. I'm overtaking off the track. I was on the grass and I was still overtaking 2 cars. Which is rather ridiculous when you think about it, but we made it happen. Thank you, Mr. Calibra. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Oh, what the... I did well to catch that then. I felt the car fishtailing out of nowhere. The car started to fishtail. And I'm like, I have no control. We're on a glorious chase through the hills of Germany. That was very brave, very foolish too. Oh, that's gone wrong. That's gone horribly wrong. Got lucky on the way we spun around. We went for practically a full 360, and we've actually not lost too much ground. We did very, very well then. Let's be calm. We've got plenty of time. Now that is touring car driving. John Clone would have been proud of that one. I got my front tyres locked up then, so I went straight on. So this is close. It's closer than I thought it would be, this race. But there's still time for me now to pull away, now that I'm in the lead. Here we go. Oh yeah, we've now opened up a big lead. They can't compete with my straight line speed. But they can compete with my lawn mowing. That was not fast. It was thrilling, but it wasn't fast. Outside the lines there, but that was fine. We had 2 tyres on the track, so perfectly legal. Near me kissing the outside curbs, and the pace is very, very strong indeed. Onto the cobblestones. And back around the outside, aim for the rumble strip on the outer side, perfect. Now we're easily going to get this race, as long as we don't screw up the jump here. It's important we get this right. That was spot on. That's one of the best I've ever taken, that. Significant off-camber bumps here, so you've got to be really careful with your line. Made sure I avoided going into the gravel then, because that would slow my car right down. Over the mini cell. And now we're getting ready for the very long, possibly like mile-long straight that's coming up. Very, very long indeed. It's exactly what we need. Here we go. This is where we can open up a colossal lead. We're pretty much hitting the limiter at 195. 196. With the assistance of downhill, we got to 197. But that's the final corner, and we're going to take the checkered flag. Excellent. That was fun. That was a good race. I liked how, with over the top of the course, it was very bumpy, and it was very difficult to get past them. It was a real challenge, that race. So we're next, here in the DTM Championship Gran Turismo 4 Randomiser. Ooh, Fuji 2005. Excellent. And it's a grid start. There's no need to qualify. And there we go. Yes, proper DTM. None of the GT3 cars here. These are the proper classic touring cars. Oh, interesting. The Audi nearly spun out then behind me. So this track, of course, one of the circuits I've actually been to. I've literally stood right where that fencing is and watched cars come into this corner. I've been there. It's amazing. Awesome circuit, Fuji. Really good. If you ever get the chance to go to like a Le Mans race or a GT race there, check it out. It's brilliant. Or a Super Formula race, actually, now I think about it. Super Formula would be great to watch. Of this car is awesome. The stage 3 tune-up turbo kit makes it fast. I didn't even need the stage 4. Lord knows how fast that would have made me. A bit too deep there, but we'll get away with it. Nice wide corner, allows you to go on a karting line if you need to. At least in this version of it, anyway. The gap is looking very, very strong indeed. I say, of course, I'm playing this with the mod, which means the prize cars are random. I could get something as amazing as the Formula Gran Turismo for this, or I could get a Honda Civic or one of the 1886 Motorwagens. So it'll be interesting to see what the RNG gods, on Friday the 13th, mind, have decided I've got for me. Well, in order to find out, we need to at least finish this race and any others that remain in this championship. Just before the rumble strip hit the brakes, and that pretty much got us onto the apex, actually. Beautifully done. See, what I like about this Gran Turismo game, unlike more modern races, you don't have the racing line, so you have to actually learn the circuit. It's very easy in modern games to have the racing line assist on and never truly learn it, whereas here you actually have to because there is no racing line. This particular version of Fuji doesn't even have brake marker boards, whereas the other versions, the 80s and the 90s ones, do. So you're having to actually really learn everything about it. And I quite like that. It's a real sense of reward for the driver. You feel like you're actually learning the six. Of course, in real life motorsport, you don't have racing lines. You don't have anything like that. The closest you get to it is if you go to a track day, they'll put cones out as a way to serve as the braking points. But that's only for when you first get started. They get taken away. So it's a more authentic driving experience in that respect, and I like that. You can, of course, turn the racing line off. Of course you can. But a lot of people don't. And I'll be the first to admit that I've kept the racing line on. So I'm not infallible on this. That felt so nice. I was able to get straight on the power. That felt quick. We've got one more lap to go, and then we are there. Yeah, we've been losing a tenth after each time in the last couple of laps, so I'd like to have a nice clean lap to finish if possible. Well, that wasn't a good start. Bit too wide and too slow on the power, so that's not helping. So this is our victory lap. Are we going to set a better lap time than last? Here we go. There's nothing more I can do now but keep my foot mashed to the floor. And no, we didn't. We just fell short. We lost 1/100th of a second. So there we go. Another race victory. 5 in a row. Absolutely amazing. We've scored nearly double the points of second place. So we're in a very strong position for the championship here. What a car this has been. This Audi DTM car. Fantastic car. Absolutely brilliant. Yep, we'll take those. And, oh, that's it. I think that's the end of the championship. Yes! Oh, okay. Nice one. So, we have won the championship. The Deutsche Touring Car Meisterschaft has been won. Let's spin the wheel, people. What are the RNG gods going to give us? Here we go. It's thinking about it, and we have won a nice car, but I've already got one. That's actually a very nice car, but I already have a Ford GT05. I already have one. It's a duplicate. It's a very nice duplicate, but it's a duplicate. Yes, the 1,000 miles. That's not being attempted anytime soon. I can assure you of that. So, we've won the DTM. We're at 58.2% completion. And we're going to now get in the wheel, behind the wheel of a Mitsubishi Evo, because there is a manufacturer tournament for the Mitsubishi Evo. Let's quickly change the oil. And we'll put a tiny few upgrades into this car, and then from there we will take on the Evo tournament. This wonderfully jazzy music. So what we'll do now is we will also go to the store. There we are, there are the Lancer Evos. They're the cars we're going to be driving. But first of all, let's give some upgrades. So we will start with a turbo kit. I think a stage 2 will be okay. That's quite a cheap upgrade. Oh no, that's a sports intercooler. Let's get a racing intercooler. Yeah, that's probably going to be alright. It's a 437 horsepower. Gives us a decent amount. We've not spent too much money. And there it is, the Evolution meeting. So you can see there, all these cars count. We will be taking it on in the Evo. So we start with, oh, Clubman stage. Excellent. Okay. Now, this is not a championship, so if we do have a car that's underpowered, we can take it back and retune it. 10A split points, so it suggests the car's going to be pretty decent compared to the opposition. Here we go, let's get ready. Get rid of that horrendous get ready to drive, because we are already driving. I actually got an oversteer moment then. I actually started drifting when I didn't want to. Which is unusual in a four-wheel drive car. It's not usual to drift it unless you're on like a loose gravel stage. They're designed to grip, not drift. Yeah, out of my way, you. Get your car out of my way. Beautiful sounding engines, though. Clip the inside wall there. That wasn't the smartest move. I will see you next week, matey. Goodbye. Two more laps to go. Very, very tough understeer to deal with then. It was like really struggling to get into the corner. But again, it's because I'm on sports tyres, so they're not the grippiest tyres. However, the car has got a nice poise in the chassis, which is giving me a decent performance in the middle of the corner. It's kind of half equalising it out, so the cars do me a lot of favours here. Well, that's not bad, just over a minute for a lap. Yeah, that was not so helpful. Not bad at all. That's race 1 in the can. Won by quite a long way in the end. Is it going to tell us that 10 seconds? Off 3 laps. That's pretty fast. Considering we came from last place as well, so it shows we're a lot quicker than they are. Not that I'm complaining. So that gets us past 950,000 credits again. And we've got 2 more races before we find out what this hides behind it. Will it give us anything good? That's the question. Are we going to get anything good here? What I could really do with getting is a car vet, because there's a vet meeting, but I can't ride it. There's a few events that I don't have the access to because I've not got the cars. Ah, see, now we're in the 90s version of Fuji. Oh, what the... I was so fast, I chopped across one car and almost got sliced up by another one. Luckily for me, I've got enough power and advantage to be able to get into the lead, and if I can get the power down now, which I can, we have a chance to pull away. Take advantage of the 4-wheel drive there to go over the inside dirt point. That goes around that corner quickly. Bit too wide there, but it's okay. And now we are looking quite hot. You have to be careful of that corner. For some reason, when you get hard on the brakes, it spits your rear end out. I don't know if it's got a bump in it or if it's something to do with the camber, but it just really loosens your car's grip up. So at that corner, it's always wise to try and brake hard, then ease the brakes in before you get near the apex. Because otherwise, you find yourself potentially spinning out. It could be a road car exclusive problem, but either way, it's a problem we don't want to have to deal with. Yeah, about 5 seconds clear. I can be very on board with that. Could have braked a little later there, maybe about 125 meters. Because it's downhill into that hairpin, you actually carry a lot more speed than you think you do. And you also have to basically, like, pull the engine in. It's especially a problem with a road car because the engines aren't in the middle or at the back, they're at the front. And it adds a lot of weight to the front nose, which creates it a lot more force up front, and slowing that down is much harder. So that's why that corner is quite a disadvantage in this particular car. Not unique to this car, but it's pretty common as a problem. Now the power is down, we just got to keep aiming for the line. Very nice. That's race 2 in the can, and we won this time by 12 seconds. We won an even bigger gap. So we have one more race here in the Evo tournament. And then we find out what mystery car is hiding in the back lot. What car is waiting for us here? What will we find? Well, in order to do it, we have to win at Tokyo Route 246. One lap. Okay, so we only have one shot at glory here, people. But the grid starts are definitely helping. Not having to make up like 8 or so seconds makes a huge difference. Boatloads of oversteer them. Absolutely loads. Hey, these guys are sticking to my back wing like unwanted flies at the moment. This is going to be a tough race to win. It seems that the caliber of cars that have entered here have either got a lot more power or they've just got better traction, or both. So this is going to be a dogfight to win, but I like that. I like the fact we're having to fight. And we have opened a tiny gap up now, so this is a chance here. We're just going to make sure we take it. Yep, that'll do. Didn't trouble the apex then, but I did have plenty of grip, so that's all that matters. There's 2 corners to go. One of which is a very slow hairpin though. And that's done it. They're not going to catch us now. We are in the clear. We are over the hills and far away. They will not catch us now. See ya later. They were a lot closer, less than 5 seconds, but it's fine. Because we did what we needed to. We broke away and we stayed in front. And with that, we should hopefully be able to spin the roulette wheel again for the 2nd time in this hour. What car are we going to get? Let's find out. Here we go. Randomiser, go. We've got... another fucking Honda NSX. Oh, come on, game. Seriously, stop giving me NSXs. I'll show you the extent of the problem. Oh, that's a nice looking car. Let's go to my garage. We're now 58.7 complete, by the way. Manufacturer. Honda. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 6 NSXs. I've got too many of them. I do not need any more NSXs. Please stop giving me NSXs. Just don't do it, please. The Nissan Silvia. That we do have one. There's an event called the Silvia Sisters. We'll do that one next. And my logic is because I'm driving a Nissan or a Honda, I shouldn't get one. It's a vain hope, and I'm going to cling to it. So we've had a Ford GT, a duplicate car, and a Honda NSX, a duplicate car. I'd like something new. Something new that I can use. But there are plenty of other of these events we can take on, so we're going to. But before we carry on the next part of this, we're going to tune this car up. We're not going to do too much to it. A stage 2 gets us 285. A stage 3 gets us 301. What about natural aspiration? Can we do that? No, we can't. Right, so it's not. We're not going to get a lot of power in this car. Although that'll help. A racing exhaust ups us by 38 brake horsepower. Let's get some basic upgrades in here. Let's spend some money. Because I have it, I have it. So let's get some cash. And we'll also, as I say, if we put a stage 2 in now, we get 347 brake horsepower versus 367. It's not worth it. An extra 20 brake for that cost is too costly. Whereas a racing... Oh yeah, that gets us it back. There we go, that'll do. Right, so we've got a lot more horsepower now. That should give us the edge in what's known as the Sylvia Sisters. Let's see if we get a decent car. We've got 3 races. We're going to try again. We've already had another Honda. We had a Honda NSX. So can we get another car from Honda or Nissan? The answer is probably yes. It's like you can have any random car you like, as long as it's Honda or a Nissan. That's what my playthroughs become now, people. The early parts of the street, the early parts, we're getting all kinds of greats and Jags and Astons and the Toyota GT1. Now it's, how many NSXs would you like, sir? And I like NSXs, but they're kind of not what I need at the moment. I could do with getting a decent 70s Japanese car, because there's one tournament in the Japanese events which is yet to be done, but the only 70s car I've got is too slow. Yeah, we've got an 80s 240 RS, you can tell by the box nature of it. That's an 80s car. Beautiful sounding engine, though, this. Very nicely balanced, this car, actually. It feels very good to drive. Oh, that was a bit understeery, it must be said. The understeer then was quite poor. It's one of those cars that has a knife edge mentality to it. You find it difficult to get the nose turned in, then suddenly you get snap oversteer. But it's one of the legendary rear-wheel drive drifting cars, this, so I'm not surprised it's tail happy. Oh, that was wide. That was very, very wide indeed. Very wide, very understeery and very slow, but we're in the lead, so I can't complain too much. That was better. Getting off the gas reduced the understeer then. It's like the car wasn't trying to pull itself out of line. So we're not going to blow the opposition away here, but we're going to win by quite a comfortable distance. Be a good 4 or 5 seconds. And the fastest lap to finish. That was the Sil 80 that was behind me. I said 4 or 5 seconds. I was wrong. It was 10 seconds. Wow. Okay, that was much more dominant than I thought it was. It didn't look it, but it was. So we spent a lot more money than we've earned in this tournament, but that's okay. We're not here to try and use it as a way of bankrolling the stream. It's about winning the cars. We're trying to progress. Get as many events down as we can. I am hoping to do one of the endurance races possibly later. And no, I don't mean that I'm going to do the 1,000 miles. That's not on the agenda. However, there is one tournament I can do after this, which will change the game a bit. It'll be an animalistic car to drive, but a lot of fun. So the top 2 from the first race are now at the back of the grid together. This feels very, very nice, very smooth. And it's the full special stage Route 5, so we're going right here rather than left and going back underneath ourselves. So it's a bit more awkward, this circuit. It's fun, but it's a bit more awkward. And this is very, very smooth. Riding these bumps beautifully well, getting plenty of poise from the car. This is great, really nice. And we are a long way in front. That's a huge gap. That's absolutely colossal. Wow, we're nearly 15 seconds faster on one lap. That's insane. We are so much more powerful here. Evidently, the special stage Route 5 suits this car beautifully well. Whoever that was, I apologise, but now's not a good time. I'm in the middle of a high-speed race. You'll have to kindly leave me be for now, okay? Thank you. We are making a lot of track ground up here. There's no point even waiting to find out how far they are behind us. They are ridiculously far behind. It's so far behind, we've actually just crossed over them. We are that far in front, we're a full sector in front. So we've won that race. We absolutely destroyed it. We have one more race to do, and then we'll be able to find out if the Sylvia sisters have been good to us. Or is it going to be another Honda? Yeah, I mean, Honda and Nissan have been very, very high in my return books. They've sent me a lot of their cars. It's nice to have fun. It's nice to have a fan, but at the same time, it's kind of annoying when I'm getting the same manufacturer all the time. I won't mind, but there's some cars here that I've yet to get. Like, I need to do the March. I've got that car. I can also finish off the race of the Red Emblem. So there's plenty of content for us to go through tonight, people. There's plenty of racing to come. And I thank every one of you who's out there watching. You all mean the world to me. Thank you so much. Whether you're watching live or watching on the archive. So we're going back to the era when these cars were king. Back in the 1990s with Fuji 90s. So if you've never seen it on YouTube, you can find a video called Jeremy Clarkson's Motor World. And it's where he got back in like 1995, 96. He goes to all the famous like places in the world and talks about car culture. And there's one on Japan where he like sees all the 90s legends. And it's like it's the biggest time capsule in the world in terms of how the culture is and everything else. It's totally different. Once again, we are pulling away, absolutely romping home. Interesting, that time I got terminal understeer rather than the usual oversteer. Not that I'm complaining. The question is, how far are they behind us? I reckon it's at least 7 seconds. More like 11. 7-11, he'll do. This has gone very, very well. This car has driven absolutely beautifully. For a low-level car that's been tuned up, it's actually doing very well indeed. It's got really manageable power. And it's fun to drive. It's not the fastest car in the world, but it feels very, very nice underfoot. Yay, there we go. And once again, it's the Sil 80, which was in second place. But second place is not good enough for you, and I am now going to find out one more time. Here's what we could have won. What car are we going to get? Let's spin the wheel and find out. The RNG gods have made their decision, and we are winning a Toyota 2000 GT from 1967. That's a beautiful car. Unfortunately, it's not from the 70s. That was from the 70s. That could have come in handy. Fantastic looking design though, very sleek. Like a wannabe E-Type Jaguar. Very nice indeed. But I say I don't sadly have a 60s event, I have a 70s. And I don't have the cars I need. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get in my Shelby Cobra, because there actually is a Shelby Cobra manufacturer tournament. We're 59.2% complete. So let's go to the USA, because believe it or not, there is one. The Shelby Cobra Cup. It has 5 races. And it's going to be quite hard, because this car is an absolute animal to drive. It is a beast. We're up against all Shelby Cobras, so there's, even though other cars are legible, they're not being allowed into it. Just going to put the medium tyres on, because I get the feeling I'm going to need all the grip in the world here. Okay, that's going to have to keep bonging, I'm afraid, people. I apologise for the background noise. Here we are, it's a race of Shelby Cobras. There's going to be no car advantage here, this is all about the driver. And here we go. Whoa, we just took off then. Once again, getting quite a bit of slowdown. I think it's because of the high detail backgrounds. It's causing a bit of a conflict. It's just unfortunate when you're playing the game in a non-native manner. Let's not forget as well that this is a hack, so the game's actually running outside of its regular mode in terms of the car, all action and everything else. So here we go, we're taking off. Whoa! A little bit wide there, we got away with it. This is only lap 1 as well. You see, this car, it's fun to drive, but it's extremely tail happy. You can't even call it driving on a knife edge. It's nowhere near as precise as that. It's nowhere near as forgiving. You are very much between 2 landmines, and they are ultra sensitive. And when it explodes, you are going sideways. So you can have a lot of fun with it, but don't expect to be the king of racing lines in this car. Expect to be doing a lot of fighting, soaring at the wheel, trying to gently plant the power. Lifting and coasting and all the other things that you have to do to slow a car down in a less conventional way. Not helped because that huge whacking lump of an engine at the front is very, very heavy. So it's not exactly balanced, this car. It's like you got one end of the car pulling you in one direction and the back end is pulling in the other, and you're just like, you're caught between the pair and you're not going to please either side. So yes, it's an interesting drive, this car, but it's good fun. And the fact that this is eligible for the 1,000 miles means you can cruise to victory quite easily. because it's so powerful compared to any other car. Well, that's race 1 in the can. We won by 9 seconds. I'm quite happy with that. So we've got 4 more races to do in the Shelby Cobra, and then we will find out what we're going to win. So the thing about the randomizer, of course, is we have no control. We are at the mercy of the game's code. It will make the decision for us. The high-speed ring, this could be interesting. We've got only 2 laps as well, so that's not too bad. So my superior power gets me straight into the lead, which is good. You see, I'm having to be really careful on the brakes and really manage how much power I put through them, because the car just doesn't know how to handle the power. Because it wasn't really designed to have more than 600 brake horsepower, but it has. And because of that, it's screaming in agony, trying to plant it down. And I keep asking it to do even more. The car's screaming at me saying, I can't do it, stop it. And I'm like, do your job. So as you can see, the car is fighting back. Well, unfortunately, our torque range is too short. Our gear ratios are too short. We're topping out way too early. Now that will also be making the car less drivable, because it's got too much power. It's accelerating too quickly. So I can change that. I can extend the gear ratios. That'll not only give us more top speed, but it might reduce our torque and make it easier to drive. This is where a high-speed circuit like this can come in handy. If you're hitting the rev limiter far too quickly, it's because your gear ratios are too short. Yeah, you can see how it's just topping out and then restarting again. But we still won by quite a long way. So long, they didn't even tell us what the time was. We were that far in front. We were very, very far ahead, so that's awesome. And that's another 10,000 credits in the bag. On to race number 3. And we literally have 3 more races to go in this tournament, so it's a good midpoint. We're at New York, New York. This is where we definitely want to have a long top speed, because the 2 main straights for this particular circuit layout go on for a very, very long time. So I've just done a save state, just in case the game decides to hang on me. So what we'll do now is we'll go to the transmission, and oh yeah, we don't want that. We want that to be much higher up. Those gear ratios, what it does is it means we'll have a lot longer acceleration point, but it also means that we should have better grip out of the block. There we are, a fleet of AC Cobras descending upon New York City. Here we go. My only problem with this game is the convertibles always have their roofs up. You can't have the roofs down. Oops, that was very unsporting of me, that. I shouldn't have done that. I used them as a brake. We did synchronized swing and we both spun out. Me and the AI both couldn't handle our car. We both went crashing into the wall. Luckily for me, I had a little more power to pull away and take advantage. Now we're making smoke. Much better. We took that much smoother. And this time I didn't crash, so we're looking better already. So say these sports tyres on this car, they just do not go well at all. It's extremely slippery to drive, but it's also bloody fun. And here we go, it's our victory lap. We're about to finish the race. Right, will the computer crash? Will the computer crash? No, it won't. This time they'll be able to control the power of the car. Ah, that's good to hear. But they didn't even finish with a classified time. They were that far behind me. So that's 3 of 5 down. We've got 2 more races to go in the Shelby Cobra Cup. And hopefully we'll get a decent ride out of it. As we are trying to do what we can to give ourselves an opportunity. I'd say there's plenty of other events we can do. Oh, Laguna Seca. Ugh. This is going to be ugly in this car, Laguna Seca. Oh, this is going to be a very, very tough course. I'm not looking forward to this. Let's give it a go. I went wide, used the karting line, and yes! Good start. Managed to get 3 cars by the first 3 corners. That was good until the car started sliding. That was actually a very, very nice move, but the car started to slide. That's part of the issue with this car. It slides a lot because it just runs out of grip. And even bucket loads of power won't get you back online. It's kind of frustrating in that respect, this car. Still, we managed to get through the corkscrew. That's a corner I was not expected to navigate well, so I'm happy with that. So we're at the end of lap 1 of 2, and we've already opened up a nice gap now. We've pulled a huge gap out, which we're going to need because I'm not slowing down here, it would seem. Nearly 6 seconds pulled out in the second half of that lap then. Just shows that my car's got pace, but it's clearing the traffic and avoiding the sliding. That's the big difference maker. You can definitely feel the grip falling away from you, but at the same time, when you nail it, you can also feel the car sinking into the ground and absolutely gripping. And the final corner is in the bag, and we are going to cross the line in first place. Fantastic. The opposition, meanwhile, classified 14 seconds. We did all right to pull 14 seconds out in 2 laps, given the car was an animal to drive. Final race coming up at Trial Mountain. Again, another circuit that's going to be quite awkward in this car. It's going to be an awkward circuit. But we're going to try our best. I'm also going to do a quick state save just in case of any issues with the game. We're 4 or 5 races down. Then after this we can do... I might go back and do this skyline event. Oh, getting a long trucking shot here. Or at least we were. Then again, realised it was out of time. And we're bisecting everyone and going straight into the lead. Not exactly legit the way I took that corner then, but I don't really mind. What I've got to do now is try and stay out front where I can. You can hear it squealing, trying to find grip, which is just not there. Ouch. That's not good. Crashing into the wall does not make you faster, people. That wasn't brilliant, but we got away with it. We're still miles in front now. We're nearly 10 seconds to the good, so it's not too bad. That wasn't brilliant either, but we're in an okay place. We're still winning. And it's nearly time for the RNG Randomiser to give us something. The question is, what's it going to give us? We're going to find out in a few moments, people, because that is the checkered flag. The 427. The Shelby Cobra. What a car. It's a complete and utter animal, but it's a lot of fun to drive. Another 10,000 credits, so we've earned a decent amount of money from that as well. 50,000 credits earned. Not bad at all. So go on then, RNGesus. What have we got? We have... It's another Mitsubishi Evo. The 92. A nice retro car, but unfortunately I've already done the Evo event, so I don't actually need that car. That's a disappointment. It's something different, no? No, look at that Mustang. What a beauty. That's an awesome looking car. So... that's another one in the can, and unfortunately, it's not got us what we need. So, we're 60.1% complete now. We're getting further along, people. We really are. Now, I'll tell you what we could do. I could modify this, because there is a Mercedes SL event called the... I think it's called the SL Challenge or something like that. Now, the question is, what can I put in this car? Or have I already maxed it out? Oh, it's already got all its power in. I've not got the racing brakes. Question is, what tyres have I got on? I've got racing mediums. I'm assuming I'm wearing those at the moment. Yeah, it has no restrictions. The question is, though, if an SLR McLaren shows up, we're not going to win. That's the problem. There's one car that turns up in this event, and it's an absolute nuisance. It can turn up, but I don't know if it's a randomizer. It's not turned up here, so we have a chance in this event. Yeah, we've got a racing medium tyres on. What's our transmission? Quite long. Go back a couple of clicks. I've just seen one thing we've not done, which is weight. I wonder if I can take any more weight out of the car. I'm going to go into nose view here because the roof cam on that car isn't great. The way the car looks makes it very difficult to position. Oh, right, we've got one of those cars where the nose dips into the ground very easily. Right, that's a problem. Potentially. It turns quite easily, I'll give it that. It turns quite sharply, but the nose dipping as much as it does is a real nuisance. It means that braking is going to be very, very unstable. But we do what we can. And even on racing tyres, the car's not the stickiest. It doesn't quite stick to the ground like I'd like it to. Yeah, I can barely see them in the mirror now at least, so we've got a good lead here. We had a good 4 or 5 seconds then, which is just as well because I screwed that corner up. Thought I could go through it a lot faster than it actually was possible to do. Oh, that was a bit loose in the way I handled that. Yes, nice and wide. Kiss the curb and off we go. 50 meters, brake. Yeah, good, 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 good. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah, we've got a good gap here. We should win this race now, as long as we don't mess up and get too cocky. So that's what I'm trying to avoid doing. As we are in the Mercedes SL. If we can win this tournament, we might get a decent car. We also might get a total box. Thus far, the cars have been not bad, just underwhelming. They're either duplicates of other cars we've had before, or cars we no longer need because we've had a similar one previously. But we are past the 50% completion. In fact, we're past 60% now. So if we carry on like this, we may even get to the point where we unlock another car at 75% completion. Which reminds me, one thing we can do is the remainder of the driving missions, because there are some driving missions I've not yet done. And they might hold a decent car and that I can use. Very nice. No, it took a second down the best time then. That's a really good lap. And we're 17 seconds clear now, so we're doing all right. Yeah, we've won this race at an absolute canter. We have absolutely dominated this race. The question is, will any of the others be this easy? The SL500 was simply too strong. We were far, far too powerful. And as I say, it's okay when we have that car up against us, but if we get the SLR McLaren, we're going to have a serious problem because that car has got so much more power. Unfortunately, as I say, it's a car we don't have. And if we wanted to buy one, we can do. Except we're not doing that. We're trying to do as much as we can with prize cars only. We've gone a very long way in this event without having to use any others. So now we're going to Fuji. I don't know which one it is. If it's the 90s one, if the SLR's in it, I'll have a way to beat it. If it's not the 90s, then we could be in trouble. Right, the SLR's not attended it. That's brilliant. It's the 1980s layout. Let's go. There's always one who pulls in the way. Not much you can do when that happens, you just have to go, well, that's annoying, thank you very much, and get out of the way. Next. So this is our chance now to try and romp away. So we are in road cars, so we can't go as fast as I'd like us to go. I'll say it was very good pickup in the middle of that corner then. The car really lit the tyres up and enabled us to like, get on the gas, which is awesome. That's what we want. And this is where we see the true pace of this car. We're close to topping out. I actually can brake slightly later than expected then, that's good news, I like that. It means I can attack the brakes far quicker and get on with it. Yeah, we bypassed the chicane, we don't need to worry about that this time, and we've gone off track because I wasn't paying attention. Luckily I can use that to my advantage, but it slowed me down for the final corner. So that wasn't exactly the most intelligent driving, but we found a way around the problem. And I say second place is well far ahead of third, but they're both nowhere near me, blowing everyone into the seaweed at the moment. They're 15 seconds behind already. They should be worried. dipped a toe on the grass then and it spun my car out. I did well to catch it. But the car leaned into the corner and it was able to get a bit of opposite lock, and we're back in the right place. Final lap, here we go. They're now 21 seconds behind me. So we've been able to really take control of this race. But there's one more to go, and we've yet to see the SLR McLaren, and that's the car that has me worried. If we get lucky and it doesn't show up, awesome. But if we get the SLR McLaren, we're in bother. I just found 3 seconds on myself. Wow. That was a final lap and a half. That was incredible. But yet the SL 500 from the 1990s is more than holding its own. Absolutely incredible. So we have one more round to go. And again, another 10,000 credits. So that's pretty awesome. We're getting decent payouts from these events. And then we'll be able to see if this tournament gives us any decent cars. Because we've been somewhat sporadic in what we've had so far tonight. Do a quick state save to make sure there's no problems. And then we've got 4 laps of El Capitan. So this will be an interesting experience in this car. It'll be very interesting indeed. And it's not appeared. We have a chance. There's no SLR McLaren. Because the SLR hasn't showed up, we now have a real chance to dominate this. Here we go. Yep, no one saw that. No one saw me coming, and through we go. So watch it now, I'll do all this and it'll be another Honda NSX. Or another Nissan. There's so many other cars that we could use to get into the one make series. But for now, we're not going to hope with that because we've not got what we need. I may have to turn to the special stage rally events to see if they have anything hidden. So far, though, we're doing all right. And as the lap times will get a little faster, but we're still going to be on this one for a while because it's 4 laps. Oh, that wasn't good. That was very sloppy. That was a very, very close call then, but we managed to get away with it. Oh, damn, we're 15 seconds a lap faster at the moment. That's insane. That level of pace is ridiculous. To be that much faster is insane. Oh, that's not helping. We're looking very good indeed here. We are well in front. Not the smoothest of handling there, but we got through it. Our previous best was 158. We should be smashing that. By nearly 10 seconds. Nice wide line. Arrested back to the inside. Absolutely beautiful. And we're still more than 15 seconds a lap faster. So while there's no restrictions, evidently the AI have showed up with almost all the restrictions, because I'm blowing them into the water, blowing them out of the water. They don't even have a hope. What a truly joyous way to spend an evening. Crashing into walls. Making mistakes. So we've got one more lap, and then we will find out what was hidden behind the Mercedes SL trophy. Was it anything good? We'll find out in a moment. Bit of a wide line there, but we've managed to arrest it with decent grip. And we're back on the outside rule. Not bad at all. Let's keep going. We are ridiculously far ahead. We are so far ahead, it's just, well, baffling, really. We are in a whole different league. We are 45 seconds clear. 45 seconds. On a four-lap race, that is beyond any form of modicum of sense. That is a level of domination beyond anything else. But you can see that the tyres are getting worn on one side versus the other. The right-hand side of the car has taken a lot more punishment from the tyres than the left. So we've been doing a lot more what's known as leaning on the tyre through high-speed corners. And that's been increasing the wear. The good thing is, this is our final corner, and we will then finish the race. And we set a new fastest lap in the process. We getting faster and faster and faster. 7 minutes and 23 seconds. We finished far ahead of the pack. So, because we finished so far ahead of the pack, we managed to win the championship. We got lucky because the McLaren Mercedes never turned up. If that car had turned up, it would have been a totally different experience. But we managed to avoid it, so now we'll find out what was hidden behind this championship. Here we go. Come on, be something good. Another Nissan Skyline. I love the carbon fiber hood. I really do. But it's another Nissan. We've already had a duplicate Honda. Now we've had a duplicate Nissan. I love the Skyline. It's one of my favourite cars of all time. But I could really do with getting a different machine. It's getting quite irritating to experience the same cars over and over and over and over and over and over again. So with that in mind, speaking of the Nissan... Yeah, because I believe the event that I'm going to go to, you need to have a car which is a road car. You can't use a race car. If I'm going to use a race car, I'd use my Motul Pitwork Z. But I can't do that. If I'm not wrong, the race of the red arrow, the race of the red emblem, yep, there's no restriction. Oh, it needs to have the GTR. So it's basically all the Skylines. So we've done 10 laps of Twin Ring Matagi, so we now have 6 laps of Trial Mountain. Let's give it a try. And because it's a Nissan event, we're going to get another Nissan. But we start with a grid start, which is awesome. That's what we want. See you next week. Horrendous understeer, then. Really bad understeer. I think the reason it understeered is because it had so much speed, it was dragging the car out wide. Yeah, we are way far in front here. This car is absolutely amazing. It is one of the greatest cars of all time. Definitely on my Mount Rushmore of cars. That was the last of the truly great Skylines to me. This was the last of its kind. The R34. What followed afterwards with the straight-up GTR, as nice as they were, they're just not the same car. This was the last of its kind. And what a crescendo to go out on. The R32 was great, the R33 was awesome, the 400R was bonkers, and then there was the GTR 34, which was easily the creme de la creme. There's a reason this is always featured in all those legendary tuner games. It is tuning royalty, the Skyline. We're averaging like 13 seconds a lap faster than the field at the moment. The field just don't have a hope. They can't get near us. We are in a class of one. Even with that mistake, I still went faster. I just feel like in this car I can achieve anything. And you just have this big smile on your face as the car is like, push harder, push me more. The four-wheel drive system and the all-wheel steering just takes the law of physics and goes, sorry matey, I'm in command today. It's like the legendary meme, I'm the captain now. This car is that. This car says, sorry God, that's not good enough, try harder. And even if he brought in the allies that was rain, wind and snow, the R34 Skyline will probably still thumb its nose at him and go, you're not trying hard enough. If the devil wished to conquer heaven, he'd do it in one of these cars. And let's be honest, he'd look bloody good doing it. I might sound like a blind fanboy when I say it, but I say wholeheartedly that this, to me, is the greatest car ever made. You can take your VW Golf GTIs from the 1970s and the 1980s, you can take your Ford GT40s, you can take your Mercedes SLR McLarens, you can take your Bugatti Veyrons, you can take your Lamborghini Gallardo Superleggeras, you can take your Porsche 911s, you can take your Ferrari F40s, you can take your Jaguar XJ220s, you can take your Bentley Speed 8, you can take your Aston Martin DB9s. I don't care. This car is, was, and always will be the greatest ever made. A bold claim, I know, especially considering it's a Nissan, but I'm telling you now, this car is absolute gold dust. And the best thing is, you can still get them at a relatively decent price second-hand. Unlike most other cars that have appreciated to be rarer than myrrh, this car can still be found. Well, this is insane speed. It's to the point where I've already lapped a back marker and I'm on my way to charge down the remaining field. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but we'll certainly give it a shot. Even if I need to pit for tyres, I've got all the time in the world to do so. This car is simply that dominant. I feel that good. I feel that in control. Sorry, Mr. R32. You're last year's news, mate. So here's a fleet of R34s, and I'm going to eat them all for breakfast. I'll be straight onto the coffee and mints, thank you very much. You're all going to finish a lap down. God above, this is a good car. I'd forgot how much fun I was having driving this machine. What a belter. Once those tyres were warmed up, this track has been mine. It hasn't even been a competition. This has been special. And a new fastest lap, just to pour oceans of salt into the wound. Look at that, +1 lap. +1 lap. And I'm on hard tyres. I still managed to wear those tyres out, even though I was on hard tyres. That's pretty crazy. That even with the one of the hardest compounds, I still tore them to the bone. Because I was going that fast. I was far quicker than you're supposed to be. So we got a race now in Fuji. And this is a car which is famous from the 90s. So I'm assuming it's going to be the 90s layout. It's only 4 laps though. So it might not be. It might be the 2005 GT layout. Given it's 4 laps. Suggests it's going to be the 2005. No, it's the 80s. What's with the race distance in this event? The first race was 10 laps. 10. And the track is far longer than this one. I don't get that. Well, we're going to be feasting here, people, because this car will be quick. Straight into the lead. No questions asked. Straight on the brakes, as we need to be. I'm surprised we're doing the 80s version. Oh yes, I'm at home here. This is exactly how I like to drive my car. As fast as I bloody can. Open the taps and go brrr. Lord above, this is going to be quick. This is going to be a quick race, this. My standing start lap is going to be sub 120. And even though I'm hitting the rev limiter, I don't give a toss. I am well faster than I need to be. But if there's a race at La Save, I am definitely going to be turning up the gearbox. 20 seconds faster. The race distances for this tournament make absolutely no sense. How can the first race at Twindering Matagi be 10 laps and this be only 4? Something is wrong here with the balancing. But the good thing is, it's allowing me to open the taps and have some real fun. Oh my god, this is gorgeous to drive. This is absolute driving nirvana. I could go even faster. If I had a higher gear ratio, I'd be up to about 200 miles an hour here. Alas, I've got the wrong gear ratios, so I'm topping out too soon. And I'm on hard tyres. I'm on the harder compound, and I'm absolutely eviscerating it. Even then, I put a dip of the toe on the grass, felt a tiny wiggle, caught it, and I was back again. No trouble, no drama, no mess, no fuss. Just get back on the gas and go. Oh, you need to drive a Ferrari to have you need to be driving a Ferrari to feel like your face is being torn off and you're in absolute control. Haha. Yes, take your prancing horse. I don't need that. I've got a rampaging Japanese stallion that when it even tries to kill me like that, I can still have complete control over. Bear in mind, I went off the track, lost a load of speed, and still finished only half a second down on my best lap. That's how much performance this car has. It is that good. They're not going to finish a lap down purely because we don't have the laps to catch them. But they'll be relieved at that because they won't believe how fast I've gone. I've disappeared. I've gone, see you later. Might only be one A-spec point, but who gives a rat's ass? I've got the car, I've got the money, and I've got the power. I'm going to use it. And even when I make a mistake like that, I'm still able to catch it and bring it back to order. I don't want to be British anymore. I want to move to Mount Fuji with my Nissan Skyline and just go crazy. Alas, I don't have the money to do that, so that's not going to happen. Absolutely savage. .830 brake horsepower and all the grip in the world. And we are back above 1 million credits with that race as well, people. So that's pretty awesome. So we have just 2 more races. We have New York and Suzuka, and we have 6 laps in New York. That's pretty good. And I'm assuming Suzuka is going to be 3 to 5 laps. Assuming being the key word. Now, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to very quickly scroll across and hopefully... Yeah, I'm only at number 11. That's not good enough. Let's go with 16. I want it to be in between. I don't want it to be too long. The gear ratios... You only want the really, really long gear ratios if you're either an oval, like the test course, or if you're at somewhere like the Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans. Oh, we got a car from the 70s that's in this race. There's going to be many laps of disappointment for you, my friend. You are not going to be able to keep up. I can guarantee that. I was going so fast I nearly rear-ended him before I had control. Oh, now that was an overtake. As was that. And this is where I go goodbye. I just love the feel of this car. The racing tyres, the high horsepower, and how many computer wizardry is going on underneath the bonnet, I don't know. The ECUs are working overtime, running algorithm after algorithm, and I'm just getting all the grip in the world as a result. Active yaw control, active suspension control, God knows what's going on with that bonnet, I don't know. All I will say is that this level of sorcery is making me feel like a driving god. I am not a driving god, I am an absolute imbecile. But the game makes me feel that way, the car is flattering my driving, and I am totally here for it. See, the grip and the acceleration and the speed is just absolutely astonishing. Now the braking is good, but it's not that good. So I do have to readjust my braking points, but that's okay. I can work with that. And according to this, they are a full 21 seconds adrift. So they are in serious jeopardy of being lapped in a 6-lap race. That's how OP my car is. It said no restrictions, so I've given it everything I've got. And for them, it truly is punishment time. And yes, at some point I would love to cosplay Monokuma. Maybe one day I will. I've seen some amazing cosplays of that character, and I'd love to have my own take on it. So we want to do it before here, maybe at the bridge. Yeah, that maybe slightly. It's just after the bridge and before that junction. Somewhere in between is where we need to go. I'd say, I just feel like I'm in absolute control in this car. It's phenomenal. You're on the low end of the curve there, and then the next thing you know, boom, you're on your way again. Absolutely unreal pace. This car has it all. So just beyond the bridge and before that junction. Yeah, that worked. That was perfect. All-wheel drive, all-wheel steer, and it's giving me all the grip in the world. They're a minute behind me now. A minute. as we continue to rampage on. See, there is that very, very slow old Skyline. Give me a tow, mate, please. Thank you. Cheers. I appreciate it. We are absolutely slaughtering this event, people. I'm having all the fun in the world driving it as well. This car is phenomenal. Why does the game like giving me Nissans? It knows how much I bloody love driving them, it seems. Because I'm having all the fun in the world here. I do apologise if it sounds like I'm gushing like an absolute sycophant, but I am really loving this car. This car is fan-bleeding-tastic. The thing is, like, when I was a kid playing the original Gran Turismos, like Gran Turismo 1, Gran Turismo 2, I was actually the Nissan guy. Everyone else in my group always wanted to get the Mitsubishi GTO or the Toyota Supra. And I was there going, nah, guys, you want the Skyline. And they were laughing at me going, you don't know what you're talking about. And I just said, trust me, that car is way better than any of yours. And it was the usual playground rivalry, you know, over all that kind of thing. And then when it came to actually being the fastest on track, I dominated them every time. Because I had all the grip and power. They had one or the other. And it made me go, oh, we've got a much higher top speed. To which I'm like, yeah. But I'm so much quicker in the corners, it doesn't bloody matter. And I wasn't wrong. And there we go. That's the entire field lapped. I've lapped the field. We are well clear. We're not even going to see them finish a lap down. With that far in front, they're going to still be running over a lap down when we finish it, when we cross the line and the camera cuts. We are that far ahead. They simply don't have a hope. Absolutely dominant. No other word for it. Domination of a whole new level. The sheer horsepower coupled with those hard racing tyres are giving me all the power and grip. So we got one more race and it's at Suzuka, which is going to be an interesting track in this car because it's quite a technical circuit. But it does have its long straights at certain points, especially for a road car. And it has some high-speed downforce. So this car could be good, or it could be a beast that can't conquer it. And it's 6 laps. Well, they say the longest for last, people. 6 laps to Suzuka. This is going to be an epic race. About 12 minutes long, if not 15 minutes long, we want this one. It's going to be a big one. It's a lightning start. Straight into the lead. No messing around. I'm having to be really gentle with the throttle here because I've got that much power. I can change the I can get the acceleration is too much for the course. I've got to make sure that I'm not gassing out of the corner too quickly and going off the circuit. because this is one of the trickiest tracks to drive, but it is glorious. When you nail this course, it's beautiful, but when you get it wrong, it's horrible. It's one of those, you are literally between paradise and purgatory, depending on which way you drive. But you can already see we've got a big gap already because we've cleared the tight hairpin course and we're on our way to the spoon curve before they're even anywhere near it. Beautifully used all the road there, which is what you're supposed to do. And to give you an idea of how far we are, we're already up near the 130R. We will not be able to take this flat. No way. Yeah, I knew that wasn't possible. This car's not got the downforce. It's got grip, but no downforce. So it's not for high-speed aerofoiling. It's for getting the foot down out of the corner. That's where you make your time back with this car. That's okay, because we are still very much clear of the field. I did well to stop that going off then. I felt the front brakes lock up and the car was spearing straight for the gravel, but we were lucky enough to get clear. "26 seconds a lap faster." Holy hell. That is ridiculous. I'm amazed I wasn't given negative A-spec points for that. I'm that far in front. But they said no restrictions. And well, I've not restricted my car. Bit too wide there. Just a touch too wide. Look out for the brake marker boards. A little bit of a brake there. Perfect. That was much more like it. We kept it on the island. We've not lost any time. Now we're feeling good. Amazingly, we didn't really gain much time then on our fastest lap. I'm surprised at that. I thought we'd have gained more than that. But we are on our third lap and we are already well in the clear. Absolutely rampaging this race. After 3 laps, we're 53 seconds in front. That is ridiculous. Now, they might just avoid getting lapped here at that rate. They might being the key word. Depends on whether I can find any time. Also, my tyres, that's the other concern. I've got to keep an eye on my tyre wear, because here, the tyres will wear. Because it's a circuit of high-speed cornering and sudden braking. It's what is very much a tyre braking circuit, this one. It's why in F1 they always bring the highest compounds of tyres. Or they usually do anyway. Oh, that was beautifully taken, gained a lot more speed through the corner then. That was a 2:01. So we've got 3 more laps to go, people. And then we will have won the race of the radar. Well, that has saved everybody behind from being lapped. Me going off the circuit there has cost me time I won't get back. So they will be avoiding the ignominy of being lapped here. I think I got a bit of oversteer halfway through the corner then. Got away with it still. But it shows that the tyres are starting to go off. But if I have to pit for tyres, I pit for tyres. It's no big deal. I'm that far in front that I can afford to pit for tyres. Like I'm 1 minute and 15 seconds to the good. I'm not in any danger of being overtaken by going into the pits. To be able to have a pit stop in advance of the field, that's just absurd. But it's also proof of how good the car is. The car has been built in a way which enables me to push through every boundary and gain performance like nobody else on track. You can see they're halfway through the curves at Suzuka. So we've got 2 more laps. Can the tyres hang on? I'm not so sure these tyres are going to hang on. But the good thing is I'm quite far in front, so as long as I don't go 2 crackers on the final lap, I can limp home. So instead of pushing to lap the field, I'm just going to make sure I make it home. So I could always stop for tyres, but there's not much point. Unless they start going red, and they are dangerously close actually. Those tyres are in a shoddy condition. In fact, I might have no choice here. I think I'm going to have to pit. Which is kind of interesting. I've got a car which is a complete tyre breaker. The front tyres have been absolutely shredded. The rear tyres are holding up okay, but the front tyres, they've gone to pieces. Oh yeah, I can feel already I'm really struggling for grip. To push on for another lap could be very, yeah. That's the deal breaker. The fact that I nearly went straight on at the Casio triangle. We do not need fuel. That felt like absolutely ages then. But the good news is we're so far ahead, we cannot possibly lose now. We've got fresh tyres on. I've had all the time in the world to box. And now, as I get these tyres up to temperature, we should find our grip comes back and we're ready to rock and roll. But this is very, very nice indeed. We are well in the pound seats to finish and hopefully get ourselves a really... well, we'll get a prize car. The question is, what are we going to get? I honestly don't know. We've had a Skyline tonight, we've had an NSX, we've had a Ford GT, we've had a Mitsubishi Evo. Can anyone surprise us with something different? That's the question. I think even with the pit stop, my lap time was still faster than theirs. That's how slow they were compared to my car. My car was a whole new level of performance. But that completes us this particular jaunt. So, with that in mind, what is the random car? What car are we going to roll? Roll the dice, people. Here we go. We are going to win. What have we won? We've won a Mitsubishi FTO. Another car that I already own. We are getting a sea of repeats tonight, it would seem. The system is not interested in giving us anything new. Speaking of Mitsubishi, I don't believe there is an FTO tournament. No, there's a Mirage, which I don't have, which is annoying. I do believe, however, I think we've already done the Daihatsu one. Yeah, we don't have the Copen. I don't think we have that car. But we do have, I believe, some Suzukis. Yeah, we have the K-Car Cup, which things like the Wagon R Sport, the Alto Works Suzuki. Right, we're going to get one of those. We're going to get a K-Car. We're going to get one of the tiny box cars. We're going to try that instead. We're 61.2% complete, people. Yeah, let's go with the Alto Sport. Before I modify this car, I'm just going to check that it's legible. Make sure that it's legal for this tournament. And it is. Good. Okay. Let's tune this baby up. Yes! 6 horsepower! Yes! Oh yeah, now we're talking, people. I can give it a port polish. I'll give it that. I'll give it a racing chip. And I can even give it a turbo. 104. Screw that, we're going to get 115. Right, we've doubled our horsepower. I think that should be enough. That car, by the way, is the Suzuki Escudo, a Pikes Peak hill climb legend. In Gran Turismo 2 and 3, it was the most dominant car you could have. So we're doing the Autumn Ring to start with. Hopefully, we're going to have a car that's more than powerful enough to get us to victory. Here we go, the Suzuki K-Works. Oh, listen to the engines, people. Oh, yeah. Now we're cooking with power. Listen to the sound of that. It sounds like I'm driving a washing machine. Listening to that turbo kicking in is just ridiculous. We're in the lead. We've made it to the lead. So yeah, this is the wagon race, which is slow as anything. It sounds like a bunch of Dysons have been released on the circuit. And there's not much to really say here, except please have a decent car hidden behind this. Please make this worth it. The RNG gods have not been awful to us tonight, but they've not been kind either. Almost there. And done. So that's race one. We have two more to do. We're going to get some money back at least, but it's not a lot, so could really do with something decent. Please give us a decent car. Please. Something that I can use. Give me a decent car. Come on. Three laps to Tsukuba. Ugh. Let's speed up this intro for a moment. We can speed up the intro. Yes, so that's Tsukuba. Not my favourite circuit, it must be said. I just find it quite dull. But for these kind of cars, I suppose it's fitting. A mini circuit with minivans. And we've made it. Just like that. Not much we can do here, but just keep on going. So unfortunately, this event is kind of dull. The cars feel underpowered. They don't feel that great to drive. It's just meh. Best way I can describe it, meh. But we want to get it out of the way. If we get it out of the way now, it saves us trouble for later. Imagine one of these cars is great to be behind the wheel of, maybe, but it just doesn't feel it in this game. Still, one more lap, and then we are on our way to our final race of this particular tournament. And tonight's been good for the racing. In terms of the cars we've got, it's been a complete washout. There's been nothing of interest, really. It's just been a bit of bad luck in that respect. They've not been awful cars, they've just not been of any use. But we're okay. There's still other events we can try. Well, we made it. Hey. Oh, that felt kind of dull to race, but hey, we've made it through that one. We've still won by 10 seconds. And now we have one final race in this mini event. Hey. What are we going to get? Are we going to get anything of value? That's the question. Will we get anything of value at all? We're driving at the driving park. We're driving in someone's shoebox, people. The circuit here is odd. Which lap are we doing? Which one? Oh, we're doing this one. I recognise it. The one where the computer always goes into the pits. In one of the layouts. Luckily for the computer, we're not doing that layout today. Yep, that's the end of you, matey. You've lost this round. Unfortunately, because of the sheer lack of power, this circuit still takes ages to do a lap of. It just feels mushy. See, this feels very slow. The engine just sounds pathetic, doesn't it, people? There's literally no power in this engine. There's no power, there's no poise, there's no passion, there's no fire, there's no performance. It's just a car. And to be fair, sometimes that's all you want, a car to be a car. But when you're on a racetrack, you want something you can feel biting back at you. You want to have that sense of getting control of it and taming it and really wrestling some performance from it. Here, you can have the tightest grip strength in the world, and you're not getting anything out of this car. It's about as athletic as me after eating a full 24 sliced piece of 24 sliced cheesecake. It has absolutely no performance at all. And the way it corners is probably as wobbly as I would be after 24 slices of cheesecake as well. And for those of you who have just made hungry, I apologise for nothing. And there we go. So, we've finished that race. Hallelujah. Let's see if the sluggish dullness was worth it. What is the prize car we have got at random for that? Let's find out. We're going to spin the wheel and we're going to see if it was worth the effort and the money. Here we go. The drum roll is there, and we have got some kind of Air Trek turbo station wagon, and it's another solid Mitsubishi. So now the game's gone, okay, fine. I won't give you Hondas and Nissans. I'll give you Mitsubishis instead. And I'm like, I don't want them. Stop it. There are so many other manufacturers that I've not got anything of yet. And the game's like, nah, 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 nah. Well, I'm out of events there. So, the question is, where else can I go? There's none for Spain, because the only manufacturer there is Seat. Right, I'll tell you what I can do. I can try in the special events. If we get behind the wheel of probably my Lancia Delta. My Lancia Delta's a good car. I'll see if there's any cars I can get unlocked. Right, it's quite a lot of these. Let's try Cathedral Rocks. Let's try Cathedral Rocks, 2 laps of the Yosemite Rally. With a little bit of the El Capitan circuit brought into it as well. We'll have fun with this. I will have to do this in the bumper view because unfortunately the camera angle from the top of the Delta is not great from memory. Yeah, that just doesn't look right. So we're going off-roading, people. I'm amazed that didn't give me a penalty then. I am absolutely amazed I didn't get a penalty for that. Wow, the Renault 5 actually kept up with me. And I think it's because the car has all the power in the world but none of the grip. It just doesn't grip. Even on dirt tyres. And I believe what happens here is we go around this chicane, but then go straight on, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's right. That's why I knew it. So this is a rallycross stage, basically. You son of a bastard thing. See, this is the problem. The car can sometimes just rev and rev and rev and rev, and it doesn't actually get you any motion. You know, you get that kind of like But we are on loose surface, so you can't expect it to be exactly finding tons of grip around here, because, well, where's it going to find it? Even on the tarmac point, the dirt tyres have not got any actual tread for them, so they don't grip very well. So you get the worst of both worlds. You get no grip on the dirt and no grip on the tarmac. So you can hear the wheels absolutely digging into the earth then, because it just has not been designed for being on the asphalt. So this is the thing about rallycross. It can be quite challenging, to say the least. Okay, this is looking promising. Yay! Okay, so that's race 1. Race 1 in the Delta Integrale, and we won by, well, quite a long way in the end. The Renault 5, which, let's be fair, wasn't really meant to have much of a chance. The Lancia Delta has all the power in the world, but very minimal grip. However, the good thing is, we've managed to get through. So, we've done round 1. Let's see what's waiting behind round 2. If we beat both of these, we have ourselves a prize car. And it could be something awesome, or it could be something awful, or it could be something meh, not even worth reporting on. Let's find out. It's another Renault 5, but we're going in the opposite direction. Had to make sure we cleared him quickly because we didn't want to be getting ourselves a penalty by hitting him on the way through, which is very easy to do in this mode. It's incredibly easy. So I mean, I could have very easily hit that wall at a high enough speed to get a penalty, but I didn't, which was not because of skill. It was because of more me, like, arresting the brakes at the right time. Now that makes it sound like I was applying skill, and it wasn't. There was a lot of luck involved. I managed to take enough energy out of the car. So you have to ride your luck on these events because the nature of the surface, the cambers, the gradients and everything else, it makes it very easy to lose the car. Especially with the fact that they can ram you and you'll get a penalty. So you have to try and stay as far ahead as possible. The further you are in front, the easier it's going to be, and that's like racing 101. It might sound like I'm telling you how to suck eggs with that one, but it's the truth here on the rally stages. You want to have as much daylight between you and the rival car as you can, because the walls are your enemy. This mode is probably the hardest mode because of the fact that you can't do anything. You can't hit the walls. You can't hit the other cars. You can't wall ride, realistically. This is where the game forces you to play by the rules. And it's not like any other part of any other mode in the game. So I mean, I got a tiny little kick of oversteer then, took me into the wall, cost me a penalty. And when you get locked to that low speed, it's really, really irritating because there's literally nothing you can do. And with the change of surface that you get on this rally stage as well, it's very difficult to keep control of the car because you can get used to the physics on gravel and then suddenly you've got to go over a wooden bridge. And then you get used to the gravel again and then you're back on asphalt. So it's a really interesting course, this, because you're constantly being tested. It's a great understanding of car control. But at the same time, it's also quite annoying because your revs don't quite go where you want them to. And if you're too used to like high-speed drifting, this game brings you crashing back down to reality. So we're not going to dominate this rally, not by a long shot. Especially not when we do that. So I was just waiting for the engine to kick back in so I could get rid of the message. So unfortunately, if I don't do that, it stays on screen. We had that with the original stream until I realised how to remove it. There's no way to get it to do it all by itself. You just have to keep manually removing it. So I'm very much in bring it home mode now, as it's known, in motorsport, where you don't push, you don't go too hard, you just try and make it to the end. It's like you've done the hard part, you've got your lead, now you just have to protect it. It's the ultimate form of defensive driving, and it's an art form, it really is. Because it only takes one minor mistake and everything you've worked to build comes crashing down. But not today. Excellent. And he's going to finish over the line. Surely we're going to see a time this time. Yes, we are. 10 seconds adrift of us. Considering we seeded in 10 seconds in penalties, that's pretty good performance from our car. Well, considering that's listed as the easy, it makes you wonder what the hell is behind the hard. But we've won both rounds. So, here we go. What are we going to get? It's a Scooby Impreza sedan. Nice car, perfectly fitting for the rally stages. Unfortunately, I don't need a Scooby Impreza. I've already won a couple of them. Well, we'll get it to the memory card storage anyway, and then we will try... Let's try the... Let's try the Swiss Alps, but at the higher difficulty. Just to see if we can have any hope of managing to get through it. See if we can get anything. I get the feeling this is not going to be that much fun for me, but I'm going to try it anyway. We're up against the Ford RS 200. Very nice car, actually, the RS 200. One of my favourites. Well, that's not a good start. I'm slaloming rather than in control. The car's got that much power. I'm actually struggling to keep any semblance of control here. I'm really struggling. Wide line, but it's okay so far. Yeah, car got perennial understeer, and not much you can do when that happens. When the car goes, I'm not going to turn, there's not much you can do to stop it. You just got to aim for it and hope for the best. Still, thus far we're doing okay-ish. Okay, somehow that didn't count as a penalty. I don't know why. I'm not complaining, but I don't know why. If you want me to tell you how I avoided a penalty then, I couldn't tell you. I've no clue. Yeah, so the rally stages in this game are all about hyper concentration. I mean, some people recommend using, like, you know, one of the trucks, modify it to the maximum, put dirt tyres on it, and then just use it as a bit of wall riding. You can do that, but I'm trying to actually do some racing. And to be fair, on this track, the Delta is better than it has been. That might be because I have a bit more of an understanding of how the track works. The track's also quite a bit more smooth to drive. But you can still make mistakes, as I've proven then. And ironically, that penalty helped me because it stopped me from spinning around. So I made the crash, which was idiotic. But the fact of the matter is, I've been able to recover the lost time, so it's not too bad. And we're across the line for lap 2, but there's one more lap to go. Because we're on the higher difficulty, you have more laps to clear. I'm just intrigued to see if we get anything from this. That was pretty good. And so this feels like I'm actually doing it properly, even though I don't think I am. So it feels quite nice to drive this way. Well, we're going to smash our previous lap time. Mainly because we didn't get a penalty. That was better. That was actually quite a lot better. But that was only the first round. The question is, can we do it again, go in the opposite direction? If we can, we might be able to get ourselves yet another prize car. And if we can do that, hopefully it'll be something decent. We've had a very odd selection of cars tonight, haven't we, people? It's not exactly been riveting in terms of the cars we've got. They haven't been awful, but they've not been bad either. It's just one of those. Okay, so we're up against the Ford Escort rally car. Ah, so this time we're actually up against another rally car. Interesting. So we've gone from the Ford RS200 road car to an actual rally car. It says we're only at 4 like A-spec points thing, but I don't believe that because it's another rally car. Especially when that happens. That's just bollocks. I'm resetting that. Okay, let's try that again. So the problem is they get a lead at the start and I can't keep up. And it doesn't matter how much power I've got because I'm not getting anything back from them, I don't think. Especially when the car decides it wants to throw itself around. Stop fighting me back. Just put the power down, please. I don't understand how the A-spec points work on this. The idea is it's supposed to be your car's performance relative to the AI, but their car is better than mine, and yet I'm the one who's got the lower points. I'm not sure what it's based on. It must be based on something, I just don't know what it is. Oh, see, he hit me! He literally turned into me! I'm not at fault for that. Right, I tell you what. I'm going to reset this completely. I'm going to reset it. I'm going to change the opponent I get. And I'm using states. If they're going to ram into me, I'm going to equalize it by using states. I'm just going to save state. I'll do it that way. I'd say it's a stupid and idiotic thing. It's an idiotic mechanic where they can just hit you and you get a penalty. And you've done absolutely sod all wrong. All you've done is taken your line and you're to blame? No, I'm not to blame. You're the one who turned into me. You're at fault. I also don't understand how we go from racing a road car to a full-fledged rally car to be at the same difficulty. That just doesn't make sense to me. So, We can wall ride our way to bliss. That's right, it keeps stating. I don't understand the way this car drives. It either oversteers or understeers. It doesn't do either or. It wasn't like this when I was playing Sega Rally. It used to be a lot more accurate. And it's also one of the greatest rally cars of all time. It has like one of the greatest win ratios. But it just doesn't drive like it here for some reason. No matter, we're in the lead. And I'm going to keep on stating until I get to the end. Okay, that feels better. We've got a gap. Let's try and protect it. Yeah, I think part of the issue is the way the revs of the engine go. Because when the revs are quite low, the car keeps going in the right direction, but when the revs are high, it just likes to spin on the spot. I think that's part of the problem. Now, that's all well and good if you have a really precise throttle input, but even using the shoulder triggers of a modern controller, you don't quite have the precision you need. Which is, again, a bit of a flaw. I know that this game was all about using the second analog stick, but it was so unnatural to drive. You'd be trying to like move up and down with one analog stick and right and left with another. And all it did was make you just go all over the place. It was horrible. See, that felt good. Yeah, just one more lap. We're getting there, slowly but surely. And now it feels like we've got a gap we can play with, but we've got to be careful that we don't go too aggressive with it. We ever to use a boatload of power then, and it worked. Not as efficiently as I'd like, but it worked. Excellent, this is good. We've now got a decent gap. We've just got to try and protect it. Again, the old bring it home mode. Don't go too fast. Don't go too aggressive. Just aim for the top. And we're through. That was good. And I'm guessing they're going to hit the 5-minute mark. No, they were 5:05. 5:07, so that was the time we needed. But we managed to beat that one. Having quit out initially, due to issues with the being penalties, I ended up, despite all those states, not needing to use them. which is awesome. So, with that in mind, the question is, what's our prize? Come on. Can we be lucky? Oh, we've got the Renault Clio Sport. And that's actually not a bad thing, because there is one more series that I've not been able to do in Europe. I believe they have a European Hot Hatch event, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Euro Hot Hatch League. We have the Euro Hot Hatch. It's a championship. You need standard tyres, and the Clio Sport is one of them. So, we have that available. So that's actually a good thing. That's the kind of car we needed. We've got a new car. So if we go to Renault. There it is, the Clio Sport. Now we would need to make some modifications to this car, because this car is not very good. Oh, we had all... Oh, hang on, but check it out. Lucky 7. 7777 points. We've got Lucky 7. Final Fantasy 7 reference. I'm gonna do 64 times 777 damage and then 7777 per hit afterwards. So let's get the oil change done. Okay, let's quickly go and modify this car. So we want to go to France. We can't use anything but standard or sports tyres, so the tyres can't change. But we can change the exhaust. We can change the engine. Now we have access to NA tuning, but we might also have access to turbo. So let's quickly deal with the micro prices first. And then we'll quickly back out to the turbo section. Yes, we can turbocharge it, which is better. We'll turbocharge it. I think with that, we might be okay to go. So let's give it a try. The Euro Hot Hatch League. Our car qualifies. It's a championship race. And we are in Europe. There might also be a regular Renault Clio event as well in the Renault manufacturers. We can qualify if we want to, but we're going to start by giving it a track as it is. 4 race spec points, and crucially it's the East course. So we've got 3 laps. Let's get going. I'm expecting very, very heavy understeer because this... Oh, that's a big gap between those cars. You can close that up. They don't... No one knows how to roll in start in these games. That's part of the problem. I wanted to try and avoid hitting him, but he moved across my line. There wasn't much I could do. To be fair, actually, this car feels quite nimble. It feels surprisingly nimble to drive. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting it to be far less nimble. There's a Mini Cooper. We'll blast past you. And we'll aim to take on the BMW 1 Series. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay. It has turbo lag in 3rd gear by the feel of it. It seems to take a long time to get started. Well, as you two argue amongst yourselves, I'm going to do up the inside and take you here. Now the question is, can I catch up to the other Clio? Because the others gave him a very, very big head start, and I might have to restart this race. But we've got time yet. We've got 2 more laps. Yeah, gap's definitely coming down. Just not as fast as I'd like it to. Oh, bugger, that's screwed me up. Well, it was coming down, but then I've kind of thrown it away. I don't think I'm going to catch him up. Right, I'm gonna have to qualify. I don't like doing it, but I've got no choice. He was given too big a head start. That VW Golf was too far behind him. It should have been way closer, and it wasn't, and I don't know why. That Golf should have been a lot closer. I'm tempted to even restart this and do it again from scratch. And just qualify. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see how much closer I can get on this lap. If I'm going to get close enough, I'll stick it out. Because that gap has again decreased significantly, but I don't think I'm going to have the laps. 3 laps just isn't enough to catch a gap up like that. And it's all because they don't know how to roll in start. In fact, I still don't understand why there's a rolling start. We've got a perfectly serviceable grid here. It should be grid starts. I hate rolling starts. I hate them because they're not equal at all. But that gap's not decreased. I'm going to have to restart this. That VW has screwed everything up. That VW's fucked things up. I'm withdrawing from the championship. I'm withdrawing. That VW Golf was useless. It should not have been that far behind it. That's absolutely bullshit. There's no excuse for that. No excuse at all. And again, if it's going to be a championship, it should be an equal championship. That wasn't equal. I'm now going to have to do another 2 laps of this shitty event, this shitty track, just so I can qualify. And it's really annoying. It's a waste of my time. All because, as usual, they don't have the ability to do grid starts. It should have been a grid. There's no excuse for rolling starts when you're on a racetrack that has a grid. If there's a grid start, if there's a grid on the circuit, it should be a grid start. Simple as that. None of this random lottery as to how far the opponents follow each other on a rolling start. You should be able to catch up that way. That meant I started that race about 10 seconds behind the leader. And that's unacceptable. I'm not standing for it. It's bad design. It always was bad design. And it still is bad design. It's even worse in Gran Turismo 7. Sometimes you can start as much as 45 seconds behind the leader. But it's because they don't know how to code AI. Their AI is shocking. It always has been. And I'll say it again, I don't understand their A-spec points rules. Because if my car is so powerful, why wasn't I catching them up? You know what I mean? Something about it's just not right. I don't know how it works. Probably something to do with the power and the weight and everything else, but it's still poorly implemented in my opinion. Alas, that's the way it goes. So I apologise for this, people, but because they're doing a shitty rolling start, I'm countering by qualifying. I find it dull. I'm sure you all find it dull, so I do apologise, people. But unfortunately, an antiquated game design has forced my hand. It was rubbish then, it's rubbish now, and it always will be rubbish. I bet you if I start on first place, I'll pull away and they won't come anywhere near me. That's the thing. That's what's really bad about it. Now that I've qualified, I'll start at the front and I'll romp away from them. See, now that I've qualified, I'm suddenly getting. I've even got even less A-spec points because I've qualified at the front. Yep, see, there's the proof. I've already started pulling away from them. So that's going to be the norm for the rest of this. It'll be qualifying, first place, off we go. Unless there's a circuit I know where there's a grid start, such as Suzuka, such as Fuji, such as El Capitan. Unless there's somewhere I know where there's going to be a grid start, I'm going to be qualifying. I'm not having that happen again. I'm not, because this proves just how much pace there is in my car. It was all because that VW hung back for no reason, and it screwed me and everybody else behind it over. I've been clearly gapping this car. I'm clearly faster on it. I also think that car's got unbalanced setup because it's performing way better than it should be. Because that car never performs like that when I drive it. Normally that car, that 24V Clio Sport, is actually really poor. It's actually not a very good car to drive. Neither's the one I'm driving, to be honest. I'm gonna beat this championship, and I'm gonna pretty much put this car in the garage. I may need it again for an event in the Renault Manufacturer Tournament, and if I do, too bad. If I don't, I'll be retiring it. I can't wait to see the back of this circuit. I really don't like it. It's just very, very dull. It's really not interesting to drive. It's one of my least favourite circuits, this. It's just boring. But still, I'm in the lead. And I've been able to gap it. This is going to be the final championship for tonight, because we'll be well past 4 hours when I'm done. It'll be a good time for me to leave for the evening. Now, on Sunday evening, I will be back for the Metaphor Re Fantasio stream at 8 PM at GMT. And then on Tuesday evening, I will be doing the latest part of Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. But that reminds me, I do have something I have to do over the weekend, which I'm going to get round to. So I'm going to be a busy bee this weekend, to say the least. I'm going to be very busy indeed. There we go, we finished. What a boring race. The only way to win was cheese it by qualifying. Because they start you so far behind him. Good news is we got a decent amount of credits for it, but still, very frustrating. Not a chance. I am definitely qualifying here. Another shockingly shit circuit. This circuit is rubbish in these cars. In the DTM cars it was great, but in the road cars it's awful. It's just got no grip and no performance whatsoever. Still, we'll carry on. We'll battle our way through. There's no way in hell that I'm coming from behind here. I am qualifying and I'm doing what I can. Despite the turbo, this car feels really, really sluggish. It just doesn't feel like it gets going. It's a strange experience to drive it. I feel like I'm constantly babysitting it. I think that's another reason why I'm not happy driving this car. Well, at least it gives me an option to win, to have a chance in the tournament. I can't complain too much. This just feels slow. It probably isn't, but it feels it. Right, now for the actual lap. Here we go. This is where some of the more modern games are better, where you can choose flying lap. And basically the game gives you control like 3 corners from the end of the lap. And then on you go. Yeah, that's much more quality of life than having to do the whole actually do an out lap and then get round to the circuit. But the key thing is, we are there, we've made it. And now what we need to do is set ourselves a lap time and hopefully only have to do a couple of laps. Once we're done with that, we can move on to the next race in the event. Lord knows what that's going to be. But we're doing all right. We're motoring along. Yeah, car's just not got the grip to go around there like I'm used to. I mean, it is a standard road car on sports tyres, so it's not going to quite have the grip that I'm used to, so that's part of the issue. I don't understand the disparity between the tyres. The tyres feel like they're light years slower, which, I don't know, it's like, I'm unsure on. I've never driven on sports tyres, so I can't comment, but that was a 140.7. That'll do nicely. Because if that Clio's right behind me, I can now rump away from him. At least that's the theory. So let's do it. Because of this circuit, the AI seems to perform really, really well, and I don't know why, it just does. The AI likes this track. There's certain circuits that the AI goes better at than it should do, and this is one. So it's all over my chuff here. He's absolutely all over me, and there's nothing I can do to shake him. But in a moment, I hopefully will gain quite a decent chunk of time, because they usually have an Achilles heel here. But not this time, because I've crashed. I mean, I still gained a bit of time, but not as much as I should have. And it's because the car just seemed to wash out in the steering halfway through it. And I say, this circuit is absolutely awful to drive on anything but racing tyres. On racing tyres, it's a bit more bearable, but outside of racing tyres, it's a pile of shite. And again, I'll say it again, I'm sure that car is performing at a higher performance points than it should be. There's no way that I should have a car that's only worth 3 expert points when it's performing like that. I refuse to believe it. There's something clearly wrong in the calculation method if that car is seen as so much worse than mine that I can only get 3 A-spec points. I refuse to believe it. I absolutely refuse. It should be like, to get 3 A-spec points should be like when I was in that Skyline and I was lapping or almost lapping the field. Here, I'm not shaking him. I can't do anything. Oh no you don't. Oh no you don't. Get thee behind me. What the hell? My car won't move then. I fucking hate this circuit. Right, that's it. I've lost. Yeah, see, they slow right down through that corner. That's the one thing that works to my advantage. I feel like part of the problem is the car just washes out of power and doesn't go anywhere. It's like, fucking move! Power down! I don't understand. Why is the car stopping putting power down? Okay, we've got a lead. Let's keep going. Okay. Right, now we have a chance. We've just got to make sure that we don't mess this corner up. And to make sure, I'm doing a quick save state. Yeah, that's right, game. I'm going to cheat as well. There we go. That's got us a big buffer. all of a sudden, I pulled a huge gap on him. All because of that corner. Yeah, I was nearly 5 seconds faster than my worst lap. I was gaining a shitload of time. That's made all the difference, that. That's given me a chance now. Another lap like that and we've got this race in the bag. But as I said, this proves that the rolling starts do not work in this game. Because you find yourself so far behind that you can't really catch up. And say it's what's known as chase the rabbit, and it's terrible design. It's why I've moved away from the 7th game, because 90% of the races were catch the rabbit, and I refused to play them because I'm fed up of having to overtake everybody to win a race. That's not what it is. That's not racing. That might as well be a motorway simulator. Where you're trying to get past a traffic jam. That's not racing. Made it. Wasn't pretty, but we made it. He finished 6 seconds adrift, which is okay. Not wrong with that. Onwards we go to the 3rd race of this championship. Trial Mountain Reverse. This will be a grid start. I'm going to do a quick save, and I'm going to see if I can get started on the grid. Because if I can, I'll do it this way. That's one way to make sure that he can't romp away. Now he's going to have to actually race for it, just like I am. Did a Max Verstappen, then they tried to overtake me on the outside, and they learned that you don't do that. I also did a Max Verstappen by diving up the inside and punting somebody off and getting away with it. To be fair to Max though, he proved in the back end of the season he was an amazing driver. The race in Brazil, especially, being a classic. Fully deserved win, that. And I found the whole war of words between him and George Russell a bit, well, silly to be honest. Very, very silly. Yeah, this car feels very sloppy to drive. It has major understeer issues. It's a front-wheel drive car, so they're never the easiest to get round corners, but this just feels really, really poor. However, we're currently in the lead, and this will help us. I think it's a 5-race championship. This is race 3, so there's 2 more to go. Hopefully the next 2 will be at tracks a bit more like this, where there's more ability to drive them. And I said that gap has actually opened up behind now, so I get the feeling that when it matters, this car's got the pace. It's been somewhat of a frustrating tenure, this championship. And I think it's again because the hot hatches aren't balanced in this game. Some cars seem to have a lot more performance than they should. And that's fine if you can afford to buy the one that's best and buy it, but if you're trying to prize cars only route, it becomes somewhat more interesting. I mean, thus far we haven't bought a car at all. But there are some races we're likely to be locked out of at this rate, because I don't think we're going to get the cars for them. But we shall see. There's still time, yeah? Yep, this is good. We're almost there. And that was a much faster lap as well to finish on. So we finished on a high, people. We finished to a very, very, very fast lap. Like I said, the Clios have been the ones in charge of this championship so far. Renault are the ones taking all the glory. So we've got race 4 and race 5 to go, and we have a 12-point gap. So actually, we can afford to come second in the next 2 races. However, I don't want to. I want to put it beyond doubt. Suzuka East course, this will be another grid start. Now this is where I could do an Ayrton Senna on Alan Prost, but I'm not going to. That only happened because once again the car started like not spewing its revs out for some reason. It seems to really struggle with keeping its revs up, and I'm not sure why it does it. It just does. It's really out of tune with its revving. See, listen to it. Just give me some power. I think we actually ended up getting to its top speed then, which was pathetic. It was like 140, which I say that's pathetic. In an average road car, that's actually very fast, let's be honest here, but for a racetrack, it is slow. On a racetrack, that's not great. In the world, if you were caught doing that speed, well, you'd probably be going to jail, to be honest. Forget paying a fine. Most countries, you'd be like, you're going to jail, Mac Daddy. And it would be fully deserved. Because if you hit somebody at that speed, or if you hit a tree or whatever, there would not be many pieces left. It would be a very nasty accident. I've seen that in my country where people drive at ridiculous speeds and think they're invincible. They're really not. I can assure you. Yeah, see, we managed to get to the top speed earlier than we should. Oh, I got torqued there then. But the good news is we managed to pass on the straight. We've done it legitimately. And now we have the lead, so we're doing alright. The Suzuka East course, the flowing nature of it, is helping us. It's interesting, as the car's not exactly doing the greatest of flow. You're hearing the revving constantly dropping and then rising and then dropping and rising. Not very consistent. But the car seems to handle it quite well, surprisingly. I mean, we've not got a gigantic lead, but it's big enough. Yeah, it's a 3-second lead. It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. It's better to have a 3-second lead than a half-second lead, for example. But you can see that, look at the gap between me and the Clio 24 Valve. The rest of the cars are nowhere near us. And I think that's part of the issue with this game sometimes. There's always one, like, AI unicorn car, which is way out in front of anybody else. And that can happen in races, we've seen that before, but it seems to happen throughout the entire championship run. So you're not really on an actual championship, it's more a one-on-one duel. Which is not the worst thing in the world, but it just doesn't feel very realistic either. One more lap, and then we're done. Yeah, we're lapping at the moment about a second quicker, which is what we want. That's a comfortable buffer. I honestly don't know how you'd win these races on 200 A-spec points. I don't know what car you could use that would do that. And we've got the final round after this, and then we will roll the dice for the last time in terms of what car we're going to get. It's going to end the stream, so it'd be nice to end on a high, but we shall see. Because this game can be quite annoying with random prize cars, because it's not very consistent. But there we go. So, we've just completed another run. Only won by 4 seconds, but it's fine. That's won us the championship. We now cannot lose the championship, as far as I'm aware. I believe we have more than a race victory in the can, in the back. So we don't need many. I don't think we can possibly lose now, from what I understand. Yeah, you can see there, we're on 40 points. And the last one we have is the Renault Clio Sport on 24. But this will also be a rolling start and qualifying. And the reason I'm qualifying is simple. Come on, get on with it. The reason I'm qualifying is really simple. On this track, a rolling start will be impossible to catch up. The fact we've got to do 3 laps of this is somewhat of a surprise. It's an interesting place to end the championship, this. I mean, I could technically just skip it, but I'm not going to. I want to actually finish this. Yeah, it's the lack of revs. The car just does not rev. It seems to have real problems finding revs at low speed, and I don't know why. It just gets stuck in a low rev cycle. And you end up getting, like, you know, really, really nowhere. It's not ideal. And here we go. So now we have the actual lap. Yeah, this is good. We're bisected at that point, and we're on to the next middle quadrant of the lap. And then we get into the hairpin. So far though, it's okay. But this is not very fast. And there we go, 1:44.0. So that is going to give us pole position. And we'll go for the final lap. So, final laps even. Just going to activate speed up mode for now, purely because I want to skip this long intro scene, because it's so long, it takes forever. Okay, so, now that that's been skipped, let's try and get through. This has been one hellacious championship, we're well into overtime, and I really would like to finish strong, if I can. Starting like that's not going to help. That was down to me underestimating the braking I needed to do and overestimating my skill. So, not the best start. So, let's keep going. Definitely riding on my mirror here. Yeah, you can definitely feel where the car struggles out of slow hairpins. It just gets hung up on its lack of revs, and it's difficult to. You can't really force it to rev either. You just have to like hope that the curve can come to you. So even with the big turbo inside it, it's just not spooling up enough to get the power out of the car. The good news is that for now, we're doing what we can to hold the opposition at bay. We're not exactly stamping our authority over this circuit, more coasting along and hoping for the best. Which, as strategies go, it can work in racing, but it's also not the most smart to use. So we've got a gap of 1.5 seconds after the first lap. Again, you see there we are, rev limiter. So the car is rev limited, which is annoying. If I had a gearbox that was fully customizable, I could change that. The problem is that I don't think I get much in the way of acceleration, so I'm getting the worst of both worlds here. I'm not getting a lot of power out of the corner quickly in terms of fast acceleration, and I'm not getting a high top speed. So in terms of overall speed, this car is lacking, and that's its big weakness. Especially in corners like this one. You see how, feel how sluggish it was then. It just did not want to get going, did it? The only advantage here is that we can actually afford to come anywhere we like in this race. So if anything goes wrong, it's not the end of the world. We'll still be the champions. But this is a chance for us to finish with a sweep of victories, which is always nice, and to hopefully get ourselves a car. Although what that car's going to be is anyone's guess. We've had a very odd selection of cars tonight. Nothing spectacular, nothing awful. But unfortunately, a lot of cars that are either duplicates or no longer necessary. We're at that point of diminishing returns. Or at least we appear to be anyway. Into the final stretch now. We're not long from the end. Can we make it? Can we truly do it? We're almost there. Yeah, this has been a strange experience, and a massive thank you to everyone who's checked this out, live or on the archive. You're all absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate a lot of you, and I hope that I'll be able to bring more of this to you at another time. Though for now, we're into the final stretch. Let's go over the finish line in order to see what our final prize car is going to be. The Clio's caught us up somehow. I don't really know why. I don't really care, because we've won the championship. We only won by a second, but it's all that matters. It doesn't matter. We've got there. We got there in the end. So we're going to get a decent payout of cash for this as well. I think we get about 45,000 credits, I think. Yep, there's the key ring. Oh, yeah. And having won all 5 races, for the last time tonight, let's spin the wheel. What are we going to get? We have won a Mitsubishi Eclipse Spider GTS. Wow. What a prize. Another Mitsubishi. Evidently the game has had enough of giving me Nissans and Hondas, and it's now giving me another JDM manufacturer. We finished tonight's stream on 63.4% completion. And well, while it was fun, we did not get the cars that we needed. That's where we're wrapping it up for tonight. We will be back on Sunday evening at 8 PM GMT as we carry on Metaphor 3 Fantasio. Tomorrow night, of course, my friend Chris will be streaming Mastrobot on their channel. Do feel free to check out. It looks like it's going to be a great stream to have some fun with. And I'll be back as well on Tuesday for more Protecting Estelle with Trails in the Sky. So until Sunday evening, thank you all very much for watching. A well-played game, subbing Honda and Nissan for Mitsubishi. Well played.